Good morning. Welcome to the Hot Shop. Can we see one of the any video on the big screen just to get an idea of what the sound is like? Hello, Mason Middle School. It's Mason, right? Mason Middle School students, welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the morning. And in just a moment, we'll get started with the process here on the Hot Shop floor.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead,
So the process will start here in the hot shop by dipping into the furnace. After we heat the steel, hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. And so he'll dip into the furnace and rotate that rod. The glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. So he'll come out with this little bit of glass and he's going to then attach a bar of color to the end of the rod. And this is how we will apply color to the surface of the glass. And that is because we have to apply color because all of the glass within the furnace is clear. It looks orange only because it's very hot. So can we see the furnace diagram? Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace there that he's dipping into, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. That glass rests in the furnace at 2,100 degrees. So the bar of color that we're using, it only looks orange because it's above 2,000 degrees. As they reheat the glass inside of these chambers with the orange face open doors, those are only designed to reheat the glass. They rest at about 2,300 degrees. So he's heated up a color bar. Color bar is one way that we create a solid finish on the surface of the glass, a solid color finish. So we're going to make the picture, another picture similar to the one here on the podium. So the metal rod, it's a poor conductor of heat. So stainless steel does not help. It doesn't. The heat doesn't travel. It will get warm where we constantly reheat it at. So it'll be kind of warm towards the end, but it won't travel all the way down the steel rod. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So within the furnace that we'll dip into, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. As you can see, the green outline of the bowl indicates like it's just a bowl. It's not super duper deep. My friend here asked, what happened if something would fall into the reheating chamber or the furnace? We just can remove it. It won't like catch on fire or melt anything more. We will have to restart in the case that something slips. And so in the reheating chamber, this is where we work at in front of the benches. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. They will start over here on the left side of the hot shop, but very shortly they're gonna move to the middle so you guys can see them actually blow the piece out and expand it. So what we just did was we laid some color over a clear bubble to apply color to the process. And so this is called the color overlay. So the color overlay process is how we get a solid finish on the surface of the glass. Can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the next step of the process will be to shape the glass properly, dip it into an optic mold. The optic mold will create low and high points. And if you will, can we see the pineapple optic mold image? So when we dip it into this optic mold, that is what the inside looks like. When we gather over this again, the glass will try to seep into the low points, but an air bubble will form. So we're trapping bubbles to then create a design on the surface of the pitcher, the glass water pitcher. Can we see one of the pictures of the actual water pitcher on the big screen? So there's a better image of being able to see the bubbles on the surface of the glass. In the beginning of the process, the glass only looks orange because it's very, very hot. But when we get towards the middle and the end, it'll cool down and you'll be able to see the color. We can guess the color it might become when it starts to cool down towards the end of the process. So we dipped it back into the furnace to get another gather. So we have to have a certain amount of glass gathered to be able to blow it out to that size of the water pitcher on the podium. The pipe cooler is designed just to cool the pipe down. Like I said, stainless steel, it doesn't conduct heat, but it will start to get hot in a certain area. And then here at the bench, you'll use the block to cool those outer layers down just a little bit more and to shape the glass. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaked in water, and the water protects the surface of the glass and the integrity of the wood. So now here at the bench, he'll use his tool to shape the glass, and pay attention because Gabe will blow into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. So as you can see, he'll follow along and he's blowing, expanding the bubble, and with the papers, that's folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, he'll guide the glass. As it expands, he hangs it over the side of the bench to allow it to stretch out. He'll use his jacks to carve into the glass. He's creating a jack line. This is a reference point. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. When we make items here in the hot shop, we have to shape the bottom first before we're able to work on the top. So here at the Museum of Glass, we have a long-standing program, and that's known as Kids Design Glass. And so I just want to tell you guys a little bit about the program, and if we have enough minutes later, I'll show you the video. So this program is designed for the youth 12 and under to apply. If you apply and your drawing is chosen, the Hot Shop team will then call you, invite you back, and one piece will be the illustration that you submitted from your Kids Design Glass form. One piece will be made here in the Hot Shop, and it'll stay with our permanent collection for exhibits, and then one piece will go home with you and your family. So in the Grand Hall, in front of the Education Studio, there are submission forms, and so if you would like to grab a stack for your group, be sure to grab some submission forms so the students here have the opportunity to apply. So that is what, so now we're gonna paddle the bottom with the wooden paddle so the pitcher is able to stand up on its own. But the avocado, the catacado on that shield that you guys are asking me about, the catacado was from our previous Kids Design Glass submission earlier on this, on Sunday, last Sunday. They created the catacado. So when we make glass here in the Hot Shop and it contains color, or it touches the ground, that is contaminated glass, so we can't put it back into the furnaces. The glass, the color, I mean the glass in the furnace is clear, so we can only recycle clear glass. And I'll show you guys a little bit more about the glass after we transfer this piece off. We have to transfer the piece from the initial pipe we started on to a transfer rod that Gabe's heating up, so we're able to shape the top and open it up. So we'll attach it at that connection point. And with a little water on the jack line, thermal shock will set in, we'll tap the pipe, and it'll release the glass. So now pay attention to how we only heat in certain areas, and when the glass glows orange, that indicates that it's very, very hot, soft, and malleable. We're gonna just set it up properly on axis, and then they'll start to heat up certain areas to enhance the shape. So, can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass inside of the furnace?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every third Thursday here in the Hot Shop, the Hilltop Artists, youth artists come and showcase their skill sets. And Hilltop Artists is a youth program located at Hilltop Middle School. You can start creating in glass as young as 12 years old. And so if you guys are interested, on third Thursday from 5 to 8, we're open, free to the public. And the youth artists are here demonstrating their skill sets. So be sure to mark your calendar if you want to see youth artists around your age group create in glass. In about 5 minutes, you guys will rotate to your next activity. So this is a great example of how we gather the glass out of the furnace. It's super orange when we take it out the furnace, and it'll quickly cool down to that crystal clear for the handle. He'll blow into the end of the pipe to make a hollow handle for the glass pitcher. So now we'll use the hot torch, get it nice and hot, and then create the little spout to make it a very functional water pitcher. So we'll give it a flash here on the back end. This part of the piece goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. We want to make sure the whole thing is evenly heated, so that's why he's torching it with the fluffy torch. He'll give it a flash in the reheating chamber, and then next we'll knock it off the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. A little water on that connection point. Tap it and release it. We'll hot torch it and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Okay, Mason students, we're gonna all stand up. We're gonna go out to the left and go to the education studio. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here at Museum of Glass. Let's give them a round of applause. Why don't we turn the furnaces off? So the furnaces stay on because it takes 3 days for them to cool down and it takes 3 days for them to heat up. It's not in your best interest to allow the furnace to always turn off and on either because there's a crucible inside of there, and when glass cools down it shrinks, and so we don't want it to crack the crucible. Then we'd have to buy a whole new furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? I'll show you the insides of the furnace. So if you look there on the big screen, you'll be able to see that the green pot that holds the molten glass to keep it safe inside of the furnace. Thank you. Hello, Mesa Middle School students. Welcome to the Hot Shop. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC this morning. I hope you guys are having a good time. Here in the Hot Shop, we are creating the water pitchers that are there on the podium. We are at the point in the process where we are applying color to the surface of the glass. All of the glass that we use here in the Hot Shop starts out clear, and we gather it from the furnace. We always have to apply color. So at the bench there, we're just shaping up the little bit of color. It looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools down towards the end of the process, we'll be able to see the true color it'll become. As you can see, the rod that he has at the bench has a little bit of clear glass on the end. He has blown into the end of that pipe, and this is what we call a starter bubble. So it's a tiny bubble similar to the shape of a balloon at the end of the pipe. So we'll lay it over. He'll use his diamond shears, and in one snip, he'll be able to release the extra material. And now he will shape this glass. He'll stretch it all the way over that clear bubble to encase the bubble. And then we're going to gather over this again. The more glass we have at the end of the rod will then allow us to blow it out into the shape and size of the water pitcher. So he'll dip back into the furnace to gather a bit more glass. The furnace holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees. So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as you rotate. We have to have a certain amount of gathers before we're able to blow the bubble out. That little starter bubble, it needs some room to be able to grow. So it needs a good enough mass to grow into the size of this water pitcher. So over the weekend here, we had our Kids Design Glass program, and this program was designed about 20 years ago. It's one of our longest standing programs here at Museum of Glass, and it was created to inspire the youth 12 and under to create like fine artists do here in the Hot Shop. So if you have any interest, we have submission forms in front of the education studio. And so if you guys would like to grab a stack of forms to fill out, and if you apply, if you submit a Kids Design Glass illustration, and the Hot Shop team calls you back, they'll invite you and your family back here to the museum, and one piece will be made that you illustrated for you to take home, and then one piece stays in our permanent collection and it'll be exhibited. As you can see more of the final designs in the art alley. But as we continue to prep this piece to be blown out, can we please see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more about the Kids Design Glass program?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do. So they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So now we're at this step in the process where we'll begin to blow out that bubble, and with those papers, that cloth-like material, he'll shape the glass. That's just folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water. And then we must go in and out of this reheating chamber to keep the glass super hot so we can shape it and continue to expand the bubble. Can we see the glory hole diagram? As we go out in and out of the glory hole, you'll see this is also powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass and to keep it from breaking, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. Thank you. As he blows into the end of that pipe, he's guiding the glass, and we're focusing on shaping the bottom with those large jacks. He's carving in a jack line. This is a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So now he'll follow along with that paddle there at the bottom. It's important that we flatten the bottom so the water pitcher is able to stand on its own. So now we will transfer the piece off of the end of the blowpipe. He'll connect the transfer rod. He'll use a little water. A little water on that jack line, tap the pipe. Thermal shock will help release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. So now that we've opened up the top of the water pitcher, we're going to add a handle, and then we'll fix the spout, just a little, divot, and then we'll remove it from the pipe and put it away. So we'll give it one last flash, and then we'll prepare to take it off the pipe. So now we'll give it one last little flash, and then we will remove it from this blow pipe. We'll remove it from the rod and place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Let's give we're gonna tap it off the pipe, hot torch it, and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And the museum items made here in the hot shop by the team are also available in the store. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Clap it up. And then into the annealing oven, it'll rest. The glass, it has layers. It's like an onion. We have about 5 more minutes, Mesa Middle School students, and then we will go, you guys will rotate, I think, to the education studio. Did you come from the galleries? You'll go to the education studio. And so as the process starts again, we're going to color overlay. And this just consists of dipping into the furnace and laying the color over the bubble. When you all walked in, that's where we started. Can we see the color overlay video to learn just a little bit more about glass and color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Okay, Mason Middle School students, let's get up now, let's stand up, and let's slowly walk to the education studio. He'll dip back into the furnace to gather some glass over that color overlay. The color overlay is what gives us the solid, transparent finish on the surface of the glass. That furnace there is where all the molten hot glass is kept. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. And so as you rotate the glass, as you rotate the rod, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. 2,100. We're going to go. Welcome, Mason Middle School students. Come on in and have a seat. Alrighty, hello Mesa Middle School students. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for this morning. Here in the hot shop, we are making the water pitchers that are on the podium. So that process consists of gathering glass, adding color to the surface of the glass. Then we gather more glass around the color to be able to blow the little starter bubble out. Like the starter bubble is maybe this big, and we need to blow it out to this size. And so we have to have a good amount of glass gathered to be able to expand the bubble and shape it the glass. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn how the glass was colored?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So with that block, he'll cool down the glass that he has gathered. The block is a great tool for shaping the glass and keeping the core nice and hot so they can continue to blow it out. When we blow into the end of the pipe, we want the glass to expand evenly, so this will give us nice and even walls to expand and shape the glass. As we work in and out of this reheating chamber, it is designed to keep the glass very hot. The reheating chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air. It is only designed to reheat the glass. It doesn't have any molten glass in it, as the furnace does. And it rests at about 2,300 degrees. That cloth-like material is folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water, which will allow him to shape and guide the glass. Pay attention to when Gabe blows into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. That's why he's sitting at the end of the bench. He'll dip into the optic mold to create low and high points in the glass. This will give him a design on the surface of the glass. He'll use his jacks to carve into the glass to remove extra material. Those jacks are a great tool for carving and shaping the glass. As he blows into the end of the pipe, you'll see the bubbles start to expand, and those diamond shears will release that extra material in one snip. They cut in a 360. Now we'll carve into the glass there at the end of the pipe. We're carving in a jack line. This is a line of tension. It creates a weak point in the glass, which we need. And it also helps indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. When we make items here in the hot shop, we're actually working upside down before we turn the piece right side up. The next part of the process is to remove. We're not going to make a water pitcher. We're actually making a decanter, so it's just a different form of a pitcher. But we're going to remove this piece from the end of the pipe so we can work on the opposite side. Now that we've shaped the bottom, we must move on. So now we'll connect the transfer rod. So as you can see, we removed it from that blowpipe we were attached to. They put a little water on that jack line they carved in and then removed the glass. Here at the Museum of Glass, we have a program. It's known as Kids Design Glass, and that program is designed to inspire youth artists 12 and under to create like the fine artists do here in the Hot Shop. Can we see the slide for Kids Design Glass? And in the Grand Hall, you can find the application for the Kids Design Glass program. So the Kids Design Glass program, if you submit an illustration, the Hot Shop team will call you and they'll invite you and your family back here to the Hot Shop. One piece will be made, so like the catacado on the shield, that green avocado looking cat, we made that on Sunday. One piece is made here with the team, and we keep it in our permanent collection, and then they'll make another piece and they'll send it home with you, or they're sending it home to you and your family, because it takes a few days to cool down here in the Hot Shop. And so if you would like to submit a drawing to the Kids Design Glass program, you can find the submission sheets, the application sheets, in the Grand Hall in front of the education studio on the table. We'll tap it off and give it a stamp, and that is how the decanters are made here in the hot shop. We're going to have to put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Let's give them a round of applause. Because we gathered so many layers, that glass has inner layers and outer layers, so it has to slowly bake back down to room temperature to prevent shock when those layers meet. Also, if you don't want to submit a drawing while you guys are here, you can always take the form with you and then you can mail it in. You don't have to be from the area. We had some kids zoom in from, I think, Korea. And so it's an international application, rolling application program. So as he dips into the furnace, this is how the pieces start here in the hot shop. He'll dip into the furnace and he'll rotate that rod. When he comes out, that glass only looks very orange because it is hot. It rests at 2100 degrees and it'll quickly become clear after he shapes it and blows into the end of the pipe. One important detail about the process is that the pipe never stops rotating. If it did or if it does, the glass can fall, gravity will pull the glass down towards the ground. So he'll blow into the end of the pipe after he's done shaping it to create a bubble. That bubble is similar to the shape of a balloon, and it's the starter bubble for the process. This is how we're able to add color, blow out the bubble, and expand the glass into functional shapes, or just fine art. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more about the program?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass. where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So as he blows into the end of the pipe there, he'll use the papers to shape the glass. And then back into the reheating chamber to reheat the body of the piece so we can continue to manipulate the shape at the bench. So with those papers, he'll shape the glass. Those papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. And he'll use the jacks to carve into the surface of the glass to create a jack line. It's important to have a well-carved jack line to be able to remove the piece from the blowpipe at a different point in the process. We'll paddle the bottom and use the jacks to shape the outside walls. We're preparing to transfer this piece off. So first we must make sure the bottom is shaped before we're able to shape the top. He'll attach the transfer rod, tap the pipe, and release the glass. The thermal shock will help disconnect the glass from the opposite pipe. And now we'll clean up the top portion of the glass so it'll be functional. So it'll have a functional lip. So now we'll tweeze the top to thin it out, and then he'll use his shears to eliminate the extra material. And now he's gathered some more glass to prepare a handle to be placed onto the body of the pitcher. The next step will be to remove this pitcher off the pipe, and then we'll put it into the reheating chamber where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. We'll give it a last flash. We'll put a little water on that connection point and knock it off. We'll tap it, hot torch it, and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Everything made here in the hot shop that is sent to the store should be stamped with the Museum of Glass logo. So if you're interested in purchasing something from the store made by the hot shop team, be sure to look out for the Made at Mog section. Into the annealing oven, it'll rest overnight to prevent thermal shock. Let's give them a round of applause. Clap it up. Yeah, we're going to make another pitcher, another water pitcher, and the process, it starts by dipping into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnaces are the large ceramic tanks here in the hot shop with the silver doors. And then with the silver bottoms and the doors on the front of them, the furnaces, they hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. The furnaces stay on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Can we see the furnace diagram? So as you can see there on the big screen, there's a crucible inside of the furnace which holds the molten hot glass. It's best that the furnaces stay on because it takes about 3 days for the glass to cool down, and it takes about 3 days for the glass to heat up. And we don't want that glass cooling down a lot because it'll shrink. When glass cools, it shrinks. And so we don't want it to shrink and crack the crucible. Then we would have to buy a whole new furnace. Thank you. So after dipping into the furnace, they'll come out with this nice little gather of glass. And dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As you rotate that steel rod, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. So he'll prep the steel rod, he'll heat it up in the reheating chamber. Yeah, currently he's prepping the color. We'll dip into the furnace with a blowpipe to prepare a bubble for this color to be laid over the bubble. The color looks orange only because it's hot, but you'll see when it cools down, it'll be whatever color we'll be able to see towards the end of the picture being created. So now, as he heats up that steel rod, next he'll dip into the furnace and gather up a little gather of glass. So he'll dip into the furnace and rotate that rod. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as he's working in and out of the reheating chambers, the glory holes are designed to only keep the glass hot. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air, and they rest at 2300 degrees during the process. So as he comes out of the furnace, you'll see that the glass is very bright orange, but when it cools down, it's only crystal clear. Thank you. We have to apply color to the glass because all of the glass inside of the furnace is clear. So we'll give it a moment to rest and set itself up, and then we'll dip back into the furnace to gather some more glass. We have to have a certain amount of glass to be able to blow the pitcher out to the desired size. That little bubble needs a good amount of mass to expand the bubble. So he's dipped the glass into an optic mold. Can we see the optic mold diagram? The optic mold will then chill low and high points into the surface of the glass. So then when he dips back into the furnace, the glass will try to seep into the low points, but it'll instead trap air bubbles in the surface of the glass. He'll paddle the bottom to flatten it out. We have to flatten the top, the bottom of the piece, shape it before we're able to work on the top. We're making the water pitchers here on the podium in the hot shop today. The next step in the process will be to transfer this water pitcher off the end of this blowpipe so we're able to open up the top. We'll connect the transfer rod to the bottom. Put a little water on the bottom, on the jack line that was carved in, and tap the pipe, and thermal shock will help release the glass pitcher. So whenever the glass touches the ground or it contains color, or both, it's contaminated, so we can't recharge the furnace with more glass because all of the glass within the furnace is clear glass. So that is considered trash just due to many factors, but most importantly because it's colored. So in just a moment, he'll dip into the furnace. This is a great example of all the glass in the furnace being clear. When you dip into the furnace, he'll then create a little bubble. It'll come out orange, but that's only because that furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees, so it's super duper hot. He'll create a handle for the body of the pitcher. So now that we've added the handle, we'll just add the spout and then it'll be finished. So the way that the pictures got color was by the color overlay method, and that means that we used a little bit of color bar, and color bar kind of looks like a bar of chalk, but it's glass. Can we see the color bar slide? And so that is what color bar looks like. This color bar actually, when it starts, it looks a bit more dense because it's transparent, but when it's compact, it looks darker. Can we also see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about this color application process?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. Clap it up. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And that is how the water pitchers are made. We will make one more before we take a lunch break around 1 o'clock, and then we'll come back in about an hour and do it all again. We'll make another glass pitcher, and that process starts by dipping into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnaces are the silver tanks with the black doors on the front of them. And as you can see on the big screen there, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees. And so this is where we take all the glass from, but while we're working and we must reheat the glass, we'll work in and out of the reheating chamber. So can we see the glory hole diagram? So when we work in and out of the reheating chambers in front of the bench, they're designed to keep the glass at those very high temperatures. They're powered by natural gas and forced air also, and they're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. It rests at about 2,300 degrees. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out or raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So now we'll take that color bar that was heated up and lay it over the bubble. It looks orange only because it's hot. He'll use his diamond shears, and in one snip he can remove the extra material. A lot of the tools that we use for the glass blowing process are specifically designed for this skill set. Diamond shears are ideal because in one snip he can remove his hand from the high temperatures and release the extra material. So after he let the glass cool for a bit at the bench, he's then gathers back into the furnace, goes back into the furnace for another gather of glass. The next step will be for him to block it up. So he'll use his block to cool down those outer layers while keeping the core hot. We want the core to be nice and warm, so when we blow it out, the entire piece expands properly. The block is a piece of fruit wood that's been hollowed out, and it's soaking in water to protect the surface of the glass. So when he blew into that optic mold, the surface of the glass chilled to the mold, and so it created low and high points. So when we gather over the low and high points, when the glass tries to seep into the low points, little air bubbles will be trapped, and so that is how we get bubbles in the surface of the glass. as we gather glass and the mass grows, the block sizes do as well. And so we'll use the block to continue to shape the outside layers at the bench. So as he concentrates just the very end in the reheating chamber, it'll indicate a bright orange color, which means that it's very soft. So when it's super orange, it's soft like taffy. As you can see, the green part, it's more so like a Jolly Rancher. So that's how we know when to do what to do, is the color change in the material. So we'll paddle the bottom. As we paddle the bottom, it'll flatten it out so the pitchers are able to stand on their own. And then after this part of the process, we will transfer it off of this blowpipe to be able to open up the opposite side and shape the top. So as he prepares the transfer rod, we'll place the transfer rod on the bottom of the glass pitcher. Once it's connected, we'll tap the piece off the pipe. So the next step will be to create a handle on the body of the pitcher, and so he gathered a little bit of glass from the furnace, blow it out. As you can see, it's nice, bright, and orange. That's just because it's hot. When it cools down, it'll quickly become the beautiful crystal clear. After this piece, we will take a lunch break for about 1 hour. Then we'll come back and do it all again. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here at Museum of Glass today. We hope you have a wonderful, wonderful Thursday afternoon. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point, tap it off the pipe, give it a hot torch, and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Let's give them a big round of applause. And then into the annealing oven, it'll rest to cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us at Museum of Glass today. We'll be back in about 1 hour to do it all again.
And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We are just getting started again. So the people you'll see on the floor today are working for the museum. They're our resident hot shop team. We're specifically going to be working on some store items, so some items that'll go into the Museum of Glass store. And you'll see some examples out on our pedestals. These are called pineapple pitchers. And that is because we use a pineapple mold, which I'll make sure to point out later, to get those perfectly spaced air bubbles in the walls of the piece. And yeah, this is all starting over on the left bench. I'll kind of guide you through the process. I'll give you an overview of the hot shop. Feel free to ask me any questions if you have any along the way. And I'll just jump right into it. So first off, very important, where do we get all of our material in the first place? We start inside of our glass furnaces, or the furnaces, which we have a diagram of up on the screen. But you're just about to see Alex go inside of one right now. So this is a tank filled with clear molten glass sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And just like honey, stick a pipe, our wooden dowel, into the honey, aka glass, and twirl it up on the end to form a ball. And then from there, we would just blow into the opposite end of the pipe, and like a straw, that air passes through and expands the glass into a bubble. And then we have these open face furnaces at each bench. We're just using 2 today so that we can work at 2 of our benches at the same time and work on multiple components at the same time. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Everything's running off of natural gas. I get questions about that pretty frequently. And no, the pipes surprisingly do not get very warm. Apparently steel is a relatively poor conductor of heat, so it only travels maybe about this far. And over on the left bench, we're going to see them apply color first to that clear bubble of glass that we started. So this is the very beginning of the process. So we have 2 different pipes we're working with. One of them has that clear bubble of glass. And then this one that we see Alex working with at this moment, this is solid colored glass on the end of that pipe. And the way that we get colored glass is we mix in different metals, minerals, and oxides into just clear glass. And it's all mixed together, melted down, and then it's usually rolled into these solid bars that we break up and melt down, just a little piece by little piece. And then once we melt that down, we drop it on top of our clear bubble, and this will be rolled back until it's covering up that clear, and the piece appears to be all made from that color, even though it's just a thin layer. So I know some new people have joined in here and there. So just a quick little reintroduction. We have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. So these guys work here for the museum. And we're going to see them make some store items, specifically these pineapple pitchers, which we see on the front pedestals. And again, we use a pineapple mold to get these little air bubbles inside of the glass. Might as well take some time to explain the mold before they rush into the project. So could I have the diagram or the image of the pineapple mold up on the screen? Hey, could I have the image of the pineapple mold up on the screen, please? Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not working, guys. I'm sorry. I'll just try to show you guys a little bit later on. For now, we'll just continue to follow the process. And again, for those who came in more recently, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have, whether it's about the artist or just about glass in general. Anything is fine. So when it comes to store items, sometimes they'll switch things up. They'll make items that are a little bit smaller like these, and they could make maybe about a dozen of those in a day. And then they'll switch it up and they'll make something new. It's almost a prototype, or they're making vases, something a little bit bigger. And those ones, maybe they would make 4 really nice big items in a day, for example. But yeah, we usually want a nice selection of things, so we usually do make things in sets, kind of. Also, we've just gathered another layer of clear glass over top of our color. We're sitting down and we're using this wooden spoon-shaped tool called a block. So yes, this is just carved out of wood, something like a cherry wood, some sort of fruit wood, to hold water a little bit better. And it's kept saturated in this bucket of water behind the bench. So now we have a much smoother, rounder shape. And then we move on to using this pad. This is just folded up newspaper that has been splashed or soaked with a little bit of water, and that's all that material is. It's as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. And we want a little bit of a longer, narrower shape overall, because we're going to go inside of that mold pretty soon that I keep mentioning. And hopefully we can get a good view of this. And could I have the image of the pineapple mold up on the screen, please? Yeah, there we go. So I really wanted to show this off. This mold basically has all these inward facing spikes, like you can see up on the screen over on the left. When we push the glass bubble into that mold, all of those spikes basically push it to the surface of the glass, and they create all these little dimples. And then when we gather our next layer of clear glass over top of that, it traps air bubbles inside of those dimples, which is the image you're seeing on the right. So this is where we're getting that texture for our pineapple pitchers. Yeah, so that's actually really interesting. I'm so glad that you thought of that. This mold is so tricky to use. If you go inside of it too hot, then you could get stuck. If you go inside of it too cold, you could get stuck because those spikes are facing inward. It's not like the mold opens like a door. You just go in and you go out. So, yeah, you just really have to know how to work with it, how hot it has to be, how thick the walls have to be. So we went inside that mold, we let the glass cool down just a little bit more, and then we gathered our final layer of clear. So this is all the glass we need for the overall body of our pitcher now. And this is when we move to the center bench. So interestingly enough, we usually will start our projects on the side benches and then move to the center bench to blow it out and turn it into its final form. And then same process as last time, we use the block, which is that wooden spoon shape tool again, smoothing, evening that glass out. And as we start blowing this out, those bubbles will become more obvious. And as of right now, I don't know what the color is either. So as this blows out, gets thinner, then we'll see the color a lot better, just like these pieces. Right now, the glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, just like lava. So if you were to come in every day for a whole week, usually you would see a different project every day. I would say these pineapple pitchers are more of a common store item. I think they sell really well, and so they make a lot of them. But for example, when I was here last week, they were making these pumpkins ranging from like this size to like this size, some pretty big ones. And that was really fun to watch. We'll also have a visiting artist from tomorrow through Sunday. So we have visiting artists come in and make their own work. We have tons of different things going on all the time. And now we're using a pretty flashy piece of equipment. This torch is used to heat up sections of the glass at a time, focusing heat to one area over another. And we are already really expanding this piece of glass. So blowing is easy to miss. Gabe is putting his mouth on the end of the pipe and expanding every once in a while. Surprisingly, it's a lot softer of blowing than you think. At some points, you even have to pretend that you're whispering that gently so that you don't blow it too thin and it breaks. So you won't see the glass artists wear a lot of personal protective equipment. We all wear glasses, if not just prescription, then safety glasses. We don't wear gloves because I compare it to working in a kitchen. You're not going to grab the hot part of the pan. You're going to grab the handle of the pan, aka the handle of the pipe, missing the hot area of the pipe. And you're not going to touch the hot food in the pan. You're not going to touch the glass at the end of the pipe. So if anything, gloves will just kind of hinder our movement. Yeah, these guys, they really know what they're doing. Most of the people that work on the floor here have 20 to 30 years of full-time experience blowing glass. So these pieces in particular, we have our initial layer of clear, which is just a tiny little ball of clear in the very beginning, and it grows exponentially each layer we get. So we have the clear color, and then we had 2 more layers of clear over top of that. So total of 4 layers for this one piece of glass. So we are moving on to flattening the bottom of the piece. We're using a wooden paddle on the bottom, keeping the 2 metal blades called the jacks on the side of the piece to really push it into a nice crisp corner on the bottom. Yeah, these 2 metal blades, the jacks, we use them throughout the process. So earlier we used them to create this divot that you see right off the end of the pipe. That's our breaking point. We were creating a weak point for ourselves to take the piece off. And then later, we'll be using them to open the piece up as well. How often we have guests or visiting artists, it depends on the month. Some months it'll be like every single week for basically the entire week, and then some months are a little bit quieter and we're maybe busy preparing for an event coming up, so we need a little extra time to just do our own thing. Yeah, this month I think is a little bit quieter, for example. So pivotal moment, we've just attached another pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece. This allows us to break the piece off of its original pipe, kind of flip the orientation of the piece. So this is how we work on blown pieces in general. We'll usually start from the bottom, form the bottom completely, break it off of the pipe, and then work on the upper half of the piece. So we focused a lot of heat just on the front half of the piece this time. You could see how brightly it's glowing just at the end. This is us just leaving the bottom alone. We don't want to work on that area anymore. And to start us off, we will usually trim a little bit of glass off around the opening. This area tends to be pretty thick where we disconnected it from that previous pipe, so we're getting rid of some thickness. And then we can move on to opening it up to its full size. And the handle, just to point this out, this is hollow. This is another blown bubble that is brought over and attached to the side. I personally really like it because it makes the piece lighter overall, better balanced. Doesn't have a solid piece of glass attached to the side. So we just brought over that bubble of clear glass. And this is done all in one go. So they brought it over really freshly warm, and they attach it and they stretch it and they bend it into position, and then this is it. They don't really reheat this or shape it any more than they are right now. So handles are pretty tricky that way, because if you start to reheat the handle, then the piece around it starts to get warm as well. So you start losing the shape of the piece. And now you can see the color of the piece a lot better at this point. The glass is still just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which sounds really hot to us, but to glass, it's kind of cold. It's completely solid at that point. So this is the temperature we'll be putting it away, and it'll slowly cool down from. And then to create the spout, we just heat up a small section of the lip and push it outward, opposite of the handle. And just like that, we have our pitcher. And now we start getting ready to break it off and put it away. We'll heat up this connection point until we see some movement just at the end of the pipe. Then we apply water to crack that connection, just like you saw earlier, and then pop the piece off. Actually, when it comes to these, I've never seen them mess up one of these in particular, because they're not very experimental for them. They've made so many. But if they're making something more experimental, then it is riskier. So again, we're just applying a little bit of water. We'll knock this off, we'll torch the bottom, and usually stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And then this piece will be done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you, everyone. And into the annealer it goes. So this is the annealer. It sits just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button at the end of the day, everything inside of it slowly cools overnight. So we have all of the pieces that we've made earlier today in there as well, just all sitting together. So I love talking about scientific glassware. I am a total nerd for chemistry, physics, art, anything. So there's a special type of glass called borosilicate. That's the glass that they use for Pyrex containers, for beakers in the lab. That's what they use for the insects in the gallery. For those really dainty, fragile legs, you need a strong glass like that. So that glass can be used as an art, or it can be used scientifically, and it has boron in it. So borosilicate, boron, and silica. Yeah. Could I have the image of the pineapple mold real quick, please? Yeah, the mold itself. This is an image of a pineapple pitcher. Could I have an image of the pineapple mold, please? Yes, there we go. So I wanted to show this to you. This is the pineapple mold. It has all those inward-facing spikes. Did you get to see this image earlier? No? Okay, so this is the part you missed. We stuff the glass bubble inside of this mold. Those spikes push into the surface and create a bunch of repeating dimples. And then we gather clear glass over top of that, and it traps air pockets in. And then, of course, as we blow the piece out more and more, the bubbles kind of stretch and flatten out, so they get bigger than they initially appear to be. But, yeah. And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We are getting started on our next piece, which is going to be one of these pineapple pitchers. Yeah, you'll see them on both of our front pedestals, whichever one's closest to you guys. And the reason they're called pineapple pitchers is because we use a pineapple mold to get that repeating air pocket that you see throughout the wall of the piece. That's that texture. And I think we're going to see them use that mold pretty soon. So actually, we're going to have some other projects going on. So we have two different projects we'll see today, one of which is the pineapple molds. We just finished one of those before you guys came in. And then the one that we're going to see next is a carafe that has texture, whether it's visual or physical, we'll see, from an optic mold. And an optic mold basically just has these ridges inside of it all the way from the top to the bottom, repeating over and over again. And we'll see them use the mold just in front of the bench that they're working at. Their front, not our front. And again, these are all store items, so eventually you'll see them on the Museum of Glass store shelves. And feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. So just a brief shaping with the papers. That was the pad that Ben used. It's just folded up newspaper, splashed with a little bit of water. We now have the rough contour to the inside of our mold, a little bit of a longer tapered shape. And then Ben will stuff the bubble inside of the optic mold. Again, this has ridges from the top to the bottom. And those will be imprinted on the glass now. Yeah, all those scraps on the floor are just coming from trimmings, like you just saw here. Just little excess bits of glass. And we use the jacks, these two metal blades, to squeeze down off the end of the pipe into the bubble. We're just creating a weak point for ourselves so we could break the piece off easily later on. And then we use a little bit of gravity to shape the glass. Just hanging it down will stretch it out into a longer shape. And once we have our overall shape, we flatten the bottom, continuing to use that wooden paddle. So yes, we use a variety of wooden tools in the hot shop. Some of them will burn up over time, including those wooden paddles. But sometimes it's important that we have an insulating material to use on the glass. And then we just keep the piece overall around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit while we wait for the punty to be prepared, which is basically just another pipe with some clear glass on the end as an attachment point. So we'll bring that over and attach it to the center of the bottom of our piece. And once this is attached, we could break the piece off by applying a little bit of water, tapping the pipe, and just like that, the piece pops off. So now we really work on building up a lot of heat in the top half of the piece, or what is going to be the top half. You can see that glow from all that radiant heat. And again, this is where all those little scraps or shards on the floor are coming from. We're trimming some excess glass off from around the opening of the piece. Just getting rid of some thickness more than anything else. So just now we heated up just a small section of the lip using this handheld torch. This is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. You might have noticed that bright blue flame. Gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And let me just compare that to the molten glass. The molten glass, when it's the texture of honey flowing like lava, is only at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that thing is like a little lightsaber. It's really hot. It's running off of propane and oxygen, so that oxygen creates a much hotter, sharper flame. Unlike this torch, which is just a natural gas torch. So just like that, we have finished our carafe, and we're going to get ready to break it off and put it away. Same thing as earlier, where we apply a little bit of water, thermally shocking that connection enough to pop the piece right off. And then we'll torch the bottom, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and we are done. Yeah, we have these little brass stamps. Technically, we can use brass molds as well. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that carafe. Thank you, everyone. That was a very strong round of applause. Good job. And this is a continuous process. We're switching back and forth between the piece you just saw and these pineapple pictures here on the pedestal. I've also got a plethora of other knowledge, whether it's about techniques, like colors or patterns you see in the gallery, or if it's questions about programming. I have tons of information on that as well, like how you guys can work with glass yourselves. So feel free to ask away. Yeah, so glass, to put it at its most simplest, is silica sand. But there's different kinds of glass, so they have other ingredients added in. This is a soda lime glass, so it's soda ash, limestone, and mostly silica sand. Yeah, there's a lot of science in glass art, for sure. Welcome to your private showing of the glass blowing. So today we are working on some store items. We are working on some pineapple pitchers. We're also working on some carafes, whichever pronunciation is correct. And both of those are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually. The people working here, they work for the museum like myself. And yeah, let me know if you have questions. I'll kind of guide you through the process as they continue on. We're only just getting started on this next piece. So we have a pretty good view of what's happening up on the screen. We have 2 pipes that we're working with at the moment. Alex is sitting down at the bench. He has a bubble of clear glass. And Gabe has heated up a solid piece of colored glass that he's dropping down on top. So this is going to be layered on top of that bubble and create a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. So that's called a color drop or a color overlay. And your guess is as good as mine as to what this color is. So we'll just have to wait. Reddish Aurora, because I'm sure you guys know what that means. No, I know. I think it's kind of like a red amber. I think that's the best way to describe it. So between layers of glass, we always let that previous layer cool down. But when we gather this next layer of glass, I'm going to especially point out where we're getting our glass because I don't think you guys saw that in the very beginning. So now that it's cooled down, we go to this tank with the closed door in the back. This is a large ceramic crucible in the base of it, just filled with molten clear glass. And as long as whatever we're putting in there is about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or just warm, it's going to stick to the outside and form a layer of glass, kind of like gathering honey on a wooden dowel. And this pad, believe it or not, is actually just folded up newspaper that we've splashed with a little bit of water. And that is it. Contours to the shape of our hand, and then the glass contours to the shape of the papers. And it's looking like we may be making another pineapple picture, simply based off of the fact that we just shaped it. So we just heated up the bubble one more time. We're stuffing it into a mold on the floor. I'll make sure to show you an image of this mold. But this is called the pineapple mold, up on the screen now. It has all these inward facing spikes that push into the glass when we push the bubble in. And that creates this repeating air bubble pattern within the walls of the piece. So that's what all of these pictures have in common on the two pedestals. And once we have everything prepared for the most part, we'll come over to the center bench to finish the piece off, so you guys will have an even better view in just a moment. We gather one final layer of clear. This is all the glass we need for the body of our pitcher. So we use the block a couple of times, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool, mostly to smooth and even everything out. It helps the bubble blow out evenly from within all the glass. And now we can start to blow this out a little bit further, using the newspapers to basically guide which way it blows out. I get a lot of questions about how much effort it takes to blow. If anything, you're blowing pretty soft, almost like you're whispering at certain points to avoid blowing it out thin enough for it to just burst. And then we start on the jack line. So these two metal blades, these are called the jacks. They're used throughout the process, very important, because we squeeze it down to create a breaking point for ourselves. So we'll break the entire piece off from this line later on. And welcome to those who just joined in. Today we have our resident team on the hot shop floor. So these guys work for the museum, including myself. We're going to be working on some store items, which you'll see on both of our front pedestals. That's what we're making right now specifically, is a pineapple pitcher. And I'll explain the texture on the surface in a little bit more detail in just a moment. But I wanted to continue on in this process. So we have just finished carving in this divot off the end of the pipe. That's where we're going to break the piece off. And we're finishing the overall shape pretty quickly. I assume we're just going to flatten the bottom next. Yeah, each of these pieces is only about 30 minutes long, so we make about a dozen a day. And these are popular store items. So now we focused all our heat on the bottom. We're flattening it with a wooden paddle, keeping the 2 metal blades on the side of the piece, pushing the glass into a nice sharp corner. So we flattened the bottom, we attached a second pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece, basically transferring it to that second pipe. And this gives us access to the top end of the pitcher. So we'll usually blow out, finish the bottom of the piece, and then work on the upper half. And we'll start by trimming off a little bit of excess glass. That's where all the scrap on the floor is coming from, not from broken pieces, but from little trimmings like this. And as this glass cools more and more, you can see that color better. So again, this was a reddish aurora. I know you guys didn't get to see the color earlier on, but it's a red amber or apricot color. And then we start flaring this open with the jacks on the inside of the piece. Our next step is going to be creating and attaching the handle of this pitcher, and I'll make sure to turn one so you guys can see a little bit better from where you are, but the handle is actually blown. It's another blown bubble that is attached to the side of the piece. So that small clear bubble of glass is brought over, attached to the side of the piece before being stretched to its full size, and then twisted into its final position. This is all done in one go, in one heat. If we were to reheat this handle, then we'd be reheating the piece itself and then lose our overall shape. So it's done pretty quickly. I know these artists make everything look very easy, but they've been doing this for a long time, some of them 20 to 30 years individually. And to finish the piece off, we heated up a small section of the lip with that torch, pushed it outward, creating our spout. And just like that, we have our entire piece created. So we'll start getting ready to break it off and put it away. And then to break it off, just like earlier, we apply some water to crack that connection and then pop the piece off. I know I probably didn't explain it the first time around. And then tap the pipe. We'll stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo after heating up, just to center a little bit of the bottom. And then we are done with this piece. Yeah, these are pretty fast. You guys were basically here from start to finish. Yeah, I can't remember if you saw the entire process last time. You saw till the end, right? Yeah. So just let me know if you have any questions. We're working with a different color this time. We're using something called reddish aurora. It's like this red amber color. It's really nice. Were you in here earlier? No? Okay. I just wanted to update you on what we're working on then. So we're going to be getting started on something complex. And welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Hi. And we're working on some Marini next. So could we have the Marini slide up on the screen? I think any of them will do.